作業など靴の壁行くぜどうせ日の光が満ちるようなところなんでない靴で装備を整え旅をしようそうだ僕らは冒険者ね君のことを一番分かってあげられるのは僕だけだからさ
死の砂をつらへそうじゃん不条の中で青く走り上げろ好きか
私よ最高じゃんか変みたい今すごい
無造にさよならさせよ
どうしても聞きたくない窮屈な人の世界にもサクサクサク甘い世界になりたい泣きたいきっと誰もが指をさすんだろうだってしょうがないこのくらいの解像度が多い愛虫の悪魔で痛いさまさなくせなねなんで声ので言って待ってそれしか見えないじゃん淡い光の中じゃ確かに私はこうで
花も増え花も薄髪もすべちゃ花
開けていない笛と増えてゆく拍とか音のことなんでもダメないねさどうせ意味ないんだしだから今夜も僕だってみたいIn the sky 普通の上に愛を鳴らさせてよ私を認めてほしいから恋を伸びくせるをジャクジャクジャク
そうはもうやめた
行きたい戻りたい作られた嘘で慰めて
そんなんじゃダメね沈みは
その目にうずか光は私のものじゃないから
Okay, so we will be finishing the fifth Ace Attorney game today. Dual Destinies. That's the plan. 100% finished. I don't care how long it takes. Excuse me. I'm gonna have ice cream for breakfast because I am in a fucking mood and I deserve it. Is it going to make me feel like I've eaten anything all day? No. Will I take a break to have some pasta? Maybe. It depends on how I'm feeling later in the day. I can't find my fucking heat pack. I can't find my fucking heat pack. Una, I can't promise that I won't cry. I can't promise. Because Ace Attorney, they love their little twisty twists. And I may or may not have gotten spoiled for it. So, I may or may not cry later in the day. Who knows? Maybe it'll actually make this whole thing so much better based on it. Maybe I'll like it even more. But as it stands now, I am ready to have a breakdown. You won't be here to witness it because you'll get spoiled just like me. But we pretend that I never got spoiled in the first place. Exactly. Emotions are heightened. I want to stab something. So I'm probably gonna be extra harsh on black oil today, let's be real. Also, when I was re-listening to the audio from last stream, I've realized how fucking loud this thing is. I'm sorry. I'm eating a Max Bon, which if you have no idea what that is, it's like an ice cream where half of it is an ice cream sandwich and the other half is just chocolate covered ice cream. And I didn't realize how fucking loud the chocolate is. So I'm sorry, but you guys are into that shit, right? Well enough. I'm eating an ice cream and I have water. What more do you want from me? A midstream snack. But what if I'm in the middle of a trial? I can't just stop in the middle of a trial to make spaghetti. What kind of guy do you think I am? Yes. Great points all around, prosecution. However, it's lunchtime, so we're gonna need to put this trial on hold so I can go have some lunch. But Mr. Wright, it's barely 10 o'clock. This trial's only been going for an hour. Yeah, but I'm hungry, and I'm sure you are too, Mr. Judge. Prosecution, your case is going well and all. I'm not taking this recess because I need to. I'm taking this recess because I will perish on the spot if I don't put a thing in my body. Mr. Wright, are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know, you talking about being hungry sounds like you're hungry. Maybe you should go have some food. You ate spaghetti too? Spaghetti. Everyone likes spaghetti. It's cool. It's cool. I only woke up 3 hours ago. So I totally got the reason for why I haven't gotten out of bed until 20 minutes ago. Not ice cream. It's getting everywhere. It's okay, I'm almost done. Once I'm finished eating, I'll start the game. I just, I don't exactly like eating while I'm gaming, because I know that it interrupts what I'm saying. And puts awkward silences there. You always eat midstream? Well, then either you're lying to me, or I've literally never noticed. So you're really good at that. Oh my god. Just imagine the hottest man in the series dealing with your period, man. Just imagine he's the one with this pain and not you. Just imagine he's the one with pain and not you. It makes me feel so much better to think about it, like he's in this pain. How would he deal with it? He'd punch it in the face, that's what he'd do. Gets too old to deal with period pain. Gets postmenopause. No. Look, in his younger years, I can imagine he'd be a fucking trooper. You wouldn't even know. Until he's a bit more irritable than normal. Oh. Albright would fall to his knees. I'm imagining him falling to his knees in pain. That'll make me feel better. Oh, imagine the most bitch boy ever dealing with this. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I knew what that fucking heat map was. Then it wouldn't do anything, but it would help. It would be a placebo. Whatever. Someone fucking stole it, and now I don't know where it is. Punching and kicking, screaming, exactly, just the weakest man you've ever seen. That's what that's what makes me feel better. What makes me feel better. Anyway. Put that behind me. Close fucking music. Open Apollo. And get this fucking thing started. The joys of life. The joys of life. You ain't getting this shit from any other streamer. Any other streamer would have cancelled on you today. Not me. Not me. Not me. I like sticking to a schedule. I like sticking to schedule. I know, but I literally don't play anything else. Look, I would love you to be here with me while I did this. I would love you to hold my hand the whole time. But you multi-stream. You got the right weakest man. You know exactly who to give this to instead of me. Cause I'm a tiny weak little boy, but I don't deserve this. Also, I was looking at the whatchamacallit, etiquette breacher. Yeah, he would not be able to fucking handle it. He could not handle that shit. Oh, what a pathetic bitch. Anyway, I was looking through the Steam achievements. I found out that costumes exist. And it's some of these are really fucking weird, especially Phoenix, because like that's fine, right? This is fine, right? He looks like him. This one, he looks like he's trying to be a relatable art teacher and it's not working. It's so weird. Like, no, you're an old man. This doesn't make any sense for you. But exactly. It really doesn't work for him. But no, cause I found out that you get an achievement if you play Edgeworth would burn it. I mean, he probably should if Phoenix has kept it at this point. Like, what do you... Fuck, dude. We're married now. You're 40 years old. You don't need this anymore. I thought you already settled this internally. He's concerned for his husband, really. But no, you can get an achievement if you play the game with one... If you play any of the games with one of the costumes, right? But it does slightly annoy me that they don't... Okay, so this game has costumes, the first game doesn't, but the costumes don't carry over. So you get completely different costumes, which is annoying because I don't want to play in that old game. Her school outfit was cute. His school outfit is... Okay, he looks like a generic bitch. I hate this. Anyway, that's a side tangent. What is that Divaz V? You'll just have to find out when you play more of the Ace Attorney games, which you should invite me to. You should invite me to play them with you. You should invite me. You should invite me. You should invite me. Anyway. We got a case to do. Turnabout for tomorrow. It's 1 investigation, 2 trials. It should take 6 hours. Oh, I'm so prepared. I've been waiting for this. No one can escape their past. We all know that, Phoenix. Ooh, blood. Oh yes, I think we've been teasing this whole time. Do we finally get to figure out what the fuck that was all about? Yeah, bye-bye, Una.
Bye-bye, Una.
Since we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. So you are a real murderer! Thank God. Because I was gonna say, no matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. Anyway, I say thank God because if it had turned out that he'd been wrongly convicted, then he would have been way less interesting. And I would have just not liked him even more. It's like, why would you take away the one thing he is going for him? Yes, yes, Apollo. Yes, Apollo. Brooding. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards the future. Well, tomorrow, but you know what, Phoenix? We all knew what you meant. December 20th. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Ah, she's a lawyer. She knows what she's doing. Both, God, one, your kind of son and you're not your daughter at all, but you'd like her to be gone. Oh, you just left with your actual daughter. Over this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo's gone off on his own to seek his own truth, and my pursuit for the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. Come on, Phoenix. This isn't the worst thing that's ever happened to you. It's even quieter here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was, at least based on what we know. But Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Hi. Hi, baby. Hi. Can you please, I just want you to hug me one time, because I think you'd be really good at it. Please, right now, I need it. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong on this case? I know, Daddy. If Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will, and thanks, Trucy. I need that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on the hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great. But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Do I get to hang out with Trucy again? Do I get to hang out with Trucy again? Athena is probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Oh. Hi, dude. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Ugh. Galactic scooter, full speed ahead! Bye, dude. Director? He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good in the trial earlier today. Kisses for Trucy. Forehead kiss for Trucy. I've missed hanging out with you, Trucy. I mean, Athena's fine, but Trucy. Trucy. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. What's up, dude? What you doing here? At the scene of the crime. I'm not sure you're allowed to be here. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. Can you... Dude, I feel like you should change out of that by now. I can't fucking imagine how horribly it is on your back. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... what's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Psychus. He saw Athena. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back to space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and gave me this big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. Oh, we can't have that either, Miss Starbuck. Don't worry, Mrs. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. Aw, thanks. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worthless in space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. So, Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down the trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it was an Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. Door. Ah, yeah. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah. Except, right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean, the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory and you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond the door now. Yeah, because you haven't seen it. Mr. Starbuck, could you open the door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around a lot at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 was only used as a tourist attraction ride. Right. Because, quite frankly, Space Center needs the money. I hear you. I'm sure are tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Ooh, debris. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of someone's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. But I don't know. If they were stuck to the bottom of someone's shoe, they look more crushed up. These look like These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button that says open sesame. So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy, just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Well, I don't see anything else that jumped out at me, and I imagine this corridor is built exactly like a Launchpad 1 corridor. Okay. What do I have? Again, the utility knife, which I'm sure will come up eventually, because we didn't really talk about it in the last set of trial. The door, the pamphlet. I'm sure that's important somehow. Or a statement. And the lighter. I was kind of expecting that we'd be going into the museum, but I guess not. Curse the wrench who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed ahead. Director Cosmos, wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that! The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife throw was a direct hit on one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what trick she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's going to blow that thing. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. It's not really what we meant, but sure. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. Yeah, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Hi, Bop Bop. Hi, welcome Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're playing Ace Attorney today. Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. As you can see, I am a cute little space rabbit. Am I though? I'll never tell you. You'll just have to see if the ears come off yourself. But yes, we're playing the 5th Ace Attorney game, Dual Destinies. We plan on finishing it today. I'm gonna be I've never played it before, so if you have, be quiet until we finish and I cry, because I get the feeling I might cry today, because Capcom loves their plot twists. Love their plot twists. Anyway, yes, dude. I went through this with you on Wednesday. I don't need you to reiterate anything to me. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. What a lie that was. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo his psyche locks if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright, dude, what do you want me to tell you? Come on. I've kind of missed doing this bit of the game, though, so it's not that much of a chore. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the 2 launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now, let's see where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it to save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go on an authentic space adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree, you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible for you to plan. The victim himself. You must have gotten Mr. Tarrant to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mental locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Somebody please help this poor prisoner of war! How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone through all the trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason as to why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Yeah, didn't Fulbright tell us that yesterday? He told us all about that, Phoenix. Were you not paying attention? Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could have been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see, aka a regular telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget that terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe the culprit is, in the current case, is the same person involved in this incident. Well, it wouldn't be the courtroom for bombing because that guy's in prison. And he's a crazy lunatic. The Hat 2 bombing is just the thing that happened, so it would have to be the thing that happened 7 years ago? The Hat 1 miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? That's what I was thinking! It did sound like someone was definitely trying to have Mr. Starbuck die up in space. That's what it sounded like based on everything that went wrong. Considering, you know, the regulations that go into space travel. Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat 1 miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage? Murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. Blackwell? It's all circling back to Blackwell, isn't it? Please, 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 don't take away the one thing he is going for him. Let him remain a murderer. That's the one thing he has going for him. Murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. That's a good picture of him, honestly. That's a really good picture of him. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the same murder, the murder and the sabotage were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that you were shaken, it meant that the true culprit's been running free all this time. What do you keep seeing straight through me? Please don't take away the one thing Blackwell has going for him, though. Don't do it. Don't take away the one thing he has going for him. Reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. It always is. It's always some connection to some 7-plus-year-old case, I swear to God. The sabotage and murder that happened at Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? You stop repeating it, Phoenix. We already know. Just let him talk. The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered out of space, then the trouble began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Yeah, with everything that went wrong, it pretty clearly wasn't. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it was clear what that culprit was. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country and carries out dangerous missions and always gets girl? Someone's watching too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not at all surprising that a spy would be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's a cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call from the launch warning us of sabotage. The same MO as this time, yes. And here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. But it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Is this guy supposed to be their version of a NASA guy? Yeah, he runs this space center. Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? No, not really, Phoenix. But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. A government cover-up? I can't believe it. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit it. That they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. When was 7 years ago? How... You're not here, Phoenix. How old are you in this, Phoenix? How old are you, Phoenix? How old are you in this, Phoenix? You like 30-something, right? You like 30-something? No, I need to know. How old is Phoenix in this game? Phoenix, right. 35. Roundabout. I'm going to assume 30s. Okay. Interesting. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. Interesting. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning and sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of this case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder. And they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to these types, to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. What a fucking... The government in this game are a bunch of fucking morons. Not only for this, but the decisions they let happen in the legal system. Jesus. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew that there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads. Staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repair sign on the door to launch pad 1 in the boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Duran. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough. He's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pad back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out, but after all that effort, Tehran is dead and Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which has been returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what do you mean by that? Hope capsule was lost in that blast. I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Tehran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. Oh no, it wouldn't be the real... Oh, shit. Oh. What kind of samples were they anyway? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We hadn't had time since they had just come back the day before Tehran's murder. The capsule was being held safe in Launchpad 1, but I gave it to Tehran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Tehran's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost in that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launch pad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. In the courtroom explosion? Oh, shit! was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my spaceship, a tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff in the launchpad size switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of the launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them and amid the confusion, and planted the bomb then. Yeah, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then the spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at the very same space center too. So, if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago was the same person as the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I think it would be cool if he wasn't, though. I think it would be cool if the murder and the bombing were separate. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in a court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Okay. There, dude. Don't fucking freak out on me, please. Do you think he's going to be alright, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there who he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper in that Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, not mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he's achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to visit the Space Museum. Okay. You were fun there, mate. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow! It looks like that's a photo of the team. There's Clay and Mrs. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ronco. But I've never seen that woman on the right before. She's pretty as fuck. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent, and there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural. It doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at this jacket. It must be the Hat One team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, and one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat One team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks? I mean, based on that tear, I'd say it was probably that unnamed woman, aka she's probably dead. Hello? Hi, Junie, what are you doing here? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Thena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Thena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was a psychology specialist working in a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Same time frame as the Hat One launch. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let it on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times, hoping to see her. But I never saw it again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went into crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh? I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back good memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role in here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look! There's Athena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis. She's so gorgeous. Athena's mother's murder. Did it, by any chance, have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is. Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab, and also talk to Athena. We've got our plate full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day is through. The attention centre first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over.
Oh! Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here.
Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over and hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around? Why don't you hang around it and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Sup, dude? It's been a while. You. What nerve you have to come here. You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence. Too bad Apollo didn't get the chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. Then just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. That's true. That part of the case didn't ever end up getting solved, and we were wondering about it. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it is. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psyche logs, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analysing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Well, they played it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Oh, looks like his gig switch has been activated. Phoenix, you need to stop bullying people for having hobbies. You don't have a hobby. Please, dude, let people enjoy things. And look, if it just so happens that he enjoys bombs, as long as he's not look, as long as he's not blowing shit up all the time, there's no harm, no foul. Well, I hope we're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now too. I was just about to question Miss Psychos. You're going to see Athena now. That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Oh, my precious boy. My precious little guy. Bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way, too. Well, I guess back to the Space Center. Let's check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright, sounds like a plan. Ooh. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate from by the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look, over there. Oh my god. Her workspace is so cute. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Josie and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Oh, you're hot. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate was the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. And emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo? How could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. What should I say? Former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Whew, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, Hunker-Junk. Mr. Tehran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Tehran? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this Hunker-Junk here is mistaking Apollo for Claire. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Claire's ghost. Mr. Tehran, how are your injuries? Mr. Tehran. Mr. Tehran, how are your injuries? Mr. Tehran. I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right, and I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just wanted me to talk about it? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk, tell the story. But, Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh, she's so hot when she does that. Gah! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast possessing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that came through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger than... Yikes. I know what you say if you don't want to get recycled to Krolonko. And then our hearts were created by the great genius Dr. Metis Psyches. Hearts? Robots have hearts? You even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companies created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companies, our companions, are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together. But now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Psychos loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Claire. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? She's cute, isn't she? She's got a great haircut and great personality. Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Psychos. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Meter's road runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. Their bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not sure that gives you the right to physically abuse of all things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So, Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Psychos too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte. His infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along with her, with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she's Metis' daughter, after all, although she's nothing like her, besides. Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? No, I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Ori yesterday. It all makes sense now. So, the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. And just forget forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me the search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out, now. Klonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch! Don't push. My apologies. I'm just following orders. Hi, Money. How are you? What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman wasn't once with that horrible attitude. I guess that's just how she is. But why was a Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Lux, I guess. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Did you cry yet? No. We're still doing an investigation, so not yet. Oh, I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I think you're reading too much into that, Phoenix. I'm going to go keep an eye on him. Trissy, wait! Come back. She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. I guess I'll go back to the office alone. Oh, poor Mr. Wright. Abandoned by all his children. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. Guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Huh. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? Something on the floor. What's all litter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while. Miss me? I know this handwriting and I know that drawing! I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Seal Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Psyche Deluxe. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here? Mr. Nick. Oh, it's you, Pearls. Aw, she's so cute. How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena might only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I know that. I didn't come here for a social visit, I know. You know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Oh, yeah. Here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she could come help you. Isn't that sweet? You'd better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Oh, Phoenix! Sorry, I got too excited by your fatherly instincts. Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him at the detention center.
Bye, Pearly. Bye, Pearly. Bye, Pearly.
Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair grey. I don't have time for anything to say. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackwell, do you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What's she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. How? Yeah, I could cut the attention with a katana. Right, I don't know. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in the court this morning. What? Oh. Yeah, he did. You bounce back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But, as a result, Psycho Stoner was arrested. Was that the just thing to do?
Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence.
What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, don't know. This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of the 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ow. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't kill Dr. Slycast, did you? God, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in this current case might be the same one as the case 7 years ago. If you could cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Psycho Stoner's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. God, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Oh, what do you mean? He's innocent? Oh, please, 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 please. There he goes. No! You've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. What are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little bit more about that whole case?
Well,
I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police call the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. Hang on, Fulbright. Do you call me Mr. Lawyer because you don't know our names? Is that why you do it? Because if so, that's adorable and hilarious. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. Guess I'll have to see it some other time. Well, I mean, we don't go to the police station often. I'd like to go to the police station and have a look at it. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victim's, kept it on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow, it'd be hard to explain that one away. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat One launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. I see. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine he's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Oh, right, because no matter what kind of murder it is, all murderers are sentenced to death in this universe, which is kind of bullshit if you ask me. What did you say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So, he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable! We have to do something right now. I want to do something, I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? He saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh. Pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Roll right here. What? Oh, what's happening? You've got to be kidding. It's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They hold themselves up in the Space Center and taking the visitors as hostages. They... what? No. Juicy? My daughter! I have to say, my daughter. We have to get back there right now. This is going to be one heck of a battle. The riot police are here, and then the robots really are holding people hostage. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. The robots have declared war on humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it! You never know what it'll do. But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that dull voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Congo seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, oh, I did say something odd, did I, error. There's something wrong with him. Gah. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Clonko. Ah. Aura. Human beings are my enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ow! The robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools! How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy! Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much. Trucy! Trucy, talk to me. Why are they doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Boy, pull right here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Tehran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now, hold on just a moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait. Mr. Lawyer? No, I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? I got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker could it be Aura, obviously. If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess. Hunk of Junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet. And the culprit is the same as the one from the case 7 years ago. The UR1 incident, I believe. You have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case? Retry it in court. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody would deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we can find out the truth. That's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. Oh, 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will. And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check on the crime scene. But Hunk of Drunk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got it? Now follow the Hunk of Drunk, right please, make way, we're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long, but she can't really start the investigation, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright.
Ah, it's the hostage shaker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Kisses for my darling! It's your husband, Phoenix! You get to hang out today. God, it's so... It's... Oh, yes! Look at his jacket. I want it so bad.
I trust you've been well, right?
When are you two going to propose? Wait, can you kiss now? Can you kiss right this instant? You look dumb as fuck, Edgeworth. This is the worst 3D model in the whole game. But can you two kiss now? Edgeworth! What are you doing here? This is my husband. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon. It'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have pressing issues to discuss? So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The Capitol chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Psychas. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here, in this very room. I have 2 crime photos, and the police notes from them for you to see. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Thanks. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member, and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yeah, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video and a photo of the moment of the crime, I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right! How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Psychas to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. This is why you two should get married already! Thanks, Edgeworth. Now, all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
Oh, my legs hurt. Oh. Ugh. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Imagine Fulbright on his hands and knees with the same pain. Oh, he's so pathetic. Oh. Fucking sugar. I can do it. Okay. And this is what the rocking chair is for. This is what the rocking bit of the rocking chair is for. This is what the rocking bit of the rocking chair is for. You're annoying me. Okay. Okay. I'm good. I'm normal. I'm good and normal and good and normal. Anywho. Or his desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I didn't just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Meters. Huh? Also over at her desk. It's Meter's Psychos. Clonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago, at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Psychos Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura? With the loss, she exhibited a severe catecholamine imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me searching for an alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her request was ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh? Oh, that's your kid. Oh. How many people think? How many people make these two science ladies kiss, huh? That's what I get the impression. The murder destroyed so many lives. Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, I'm so used to calling you Mr. Everyone calling you Mr. Wright. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Psychos and Dr. Psychos and Miss Blackwell's research. Bunko and Clonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Psychos created. Can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system, recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit for uniform jacket ID tag, can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered, can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features, and they can infer people's emotions by analyzing the tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. Phoenix! What's that supposed to mean? I can't believe you'd say that to his face. Come on! It's so mean, Phoenix. Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Oh, her desk is all done. Oh, it looks like a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? A cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human harm. Yikes, it talks. A cleaning robot must keep desks clean without violating the preceding clause. However, Miss Aura says she prefers a moderate level of clutter on the desk. Oh, what is the purpose of my existence? I guess slack off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bank. It looks like an operating table, and it's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body laying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving? How? It appears to be a robot assembly device. Assembly? Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. An emergency ladder. This must be the one that was used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down? Okay, there's a lot to look at. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm.
But you're right. I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my leg. And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Dang, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We can even probably fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him to not push us down a flight of stairs. Oh, come on. Come on, Phoenix. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is it supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron GT02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe there at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in the newspaper photo.
Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Huh. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear that there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, I think it was our spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Psychos was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. Edgeworth! You call it Pearls too? Oh my god. Please just marry each other already. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me.
So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. So, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I don't know what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's custom-made, shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, right? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow, after all. You asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? Did he?
Yeah. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So, that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep. The Blackwood place. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? Haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up. You must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Ah, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know what the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for that very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 80 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Oh, wait. Do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Which is kind of bullshit, but fucking whatever. Public opinion was tainted, and before long the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad people begin to cast out. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yeah. And to do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? Well, maybe you should, I don't know, kiss him? Kiss, maybe? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of this. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and can manipulate robots. It can only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial for a case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of his room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Psychos to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing for you is to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
Then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And then we'll go and we'll kiss after the trial. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. And so we'll kiss after. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like to tell the hostage taker something. I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go down to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Ugh, flirting with me already, Edgeworth? We haven't even entered the courtroom. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. And I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Burley, too. Ugh. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself that she came to find me. She told me you used to live at the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago, but when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat-2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. It must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting people in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sakis. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over as such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you tried to leave.
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Psychos, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by the tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand their human companions felt.
Wow! Robots that can understand people?
I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh dear. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones. Yeah, those big, heavy-looking headphones that her mother made her for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen.
But what were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation, but I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with her, with our widget. And this earring.
Oh! It's beautiful.
It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found at the robotics lab. Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them, and I grew up around them, you know.
Oh, there's one with one of those cute little robots in this photo too.
See, Ponko's bandages. I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really did put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Bunko. But in the end, my mom would just put her on the operating table and fix her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little, and this person has even taken hostages. I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. But wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice in his heart. Well, Blackwell, I guess they took away the one thing that made you interesting. Guess you're an innocent guy after all. Don't you worry, Blackwell. I'm sure I'll find a way to think you're just as cool as the other prosecutors. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Ross is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. It's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could. No. That's the first time you've literally ever done that to me. God damn it. You get on with it, please. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like her scene knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards said that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was. I wonder if he smiled like he used to. Back then. I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option. Ah! I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? Oh, I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency. It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get any more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her. Must be something I can do. Cruelest injustice is about to befall us. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploded courtroom. Must have been a real something. Although, something weird is part of the course with you. A courtroom blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom that we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one that blew up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never even thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention it's not Simon you'll be defending? What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indicted Athena Psychus on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, and the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen as a courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is he talking about, Athena? Of course. Wouldn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else has to have been the real culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! Oh, well. No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black psyche locks. I've seen these kind of locks before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. There's no way to remove them. Ow! Let's feel this shit out. That was a long investigation. Well, I guess... that's not really, but it felt long. Days feel long.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche logs you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psyche log protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls under questioning, the log breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos and many other people over the years.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place of a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know that it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from us on purpose. For some reason, a part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche locks.
According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage on a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give the trial all my focus and strength. Because otherwise I'll just want to kiss him the whole time. I mean, have you seen his new suit? Oh, did you know that he got me, that he got me this fucking waistcoat? He knows just how to style, don't you think?
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do this, Pearls.
Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge, or even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground.
Oh, I cleaned it up a bit.
Oh, there he is. Court, or some simile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Psychos. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. And take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try to not upset Miss Blackwell. Begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Psychos. Oh, look at him. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth? Did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UL1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the truth behind this case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, You sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Race yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Psychos on the count of murder in the first degree. Hot.
I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Look at you two.
Then you better bring it.
Just walk forward and kiss already. See, he's through with your flirting.
Session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Sykes? It's pronounced Sykes. I like Psychos better.
Born ready. The prosecution is also ready.
They're gonna kiss. They're gonna kiss, guys. They're gonna kiss. They're ready to kiss. They're ready to kiss. They're ready to kiss. Some immense tension between us. Sexual tension. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Oh gosh. You can see the age in his eyes. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what the culprit is. To put it simply, spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the truth. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right, I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't knowing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago, on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were 2 deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder, and 2, this photo which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of that kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but you must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we could heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. And skilled as ever as playing the court puppeteer, I say. Come on, you love it. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is the witness anyway?
Hi! Kisses, 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 kisses.
Bobby Fulbright's the name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak up for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Congo. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. So a lot of it's just guesswork. Okay, cute. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Psychos. And that's what Miss Blackwell's theory, it totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? But the case she mentions there she mentions there were other rolling cases like that in the lab. But they're not for travelling, they're apparently for moving equipment, parts and equipment. Vaguely remember seeing 3 cases in different sizes. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured the footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with that case. I can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Psychos found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Psychos family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Psychos was at the estimated time of death. Miss Psychos was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there were no witnesses. There was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Psychos didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Psychos was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Psychos' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is headed, not one bit. Dr. Psychos was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of experiments, Miss Psychos felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright will please refer to the notes. Hi, this is you, baby. He was trying to cover for someone else. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. But that's just speculation. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. See? 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 They kiss. This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? Oh yeah, the largest one. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from those two photos. She has? But what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading now, so I'm the broken case. He was using them to hide someone inside, that's why. And how do you suppose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Wait. Did you two go together? Guys, they kiss. They hang out. They kiss. Ruin a good memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish I could have. You would have thought to invite me. Sorry, it was a family outing, Your Honor. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. Beside that case was a CNS, I guess. But that's nothing more than conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had on that case? I think it was the moon rock? And there were 3 cases at the scene, but the Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock. Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Psychos was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try and bluff my way through it? Through what could have been in the case? I mean, what else have I really got?
I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from the scene.
I just had to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh. I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. Crime scene photo taken after... This is the crime scene photo taken after the Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare it with this. With the photo, Prosecutor Blackwell in the... Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of those photos. Hey, look, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Okay, let me have a look at... Yeah. Yeah, it's that big old arm. Cause it's got blood on it, it's got the blood on it. E. Please notice that there is a robotic part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, the part is something that was taken from the crime scene. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charting for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like this one. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? We can't be certain the part belongs to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped up entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more the technologically illiterate type? When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor, I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot it belongs to. The photo. The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchildren. The robot arm at the crime scene had some bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to one... This robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot cannot have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about the mid-thigh of Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. You've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course, Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could easily have fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Except that there was a body on the table where the robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart. But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Is it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm is in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You mean you can't mean? That's exactly what I mean. The photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It instead is a picture of the moment when the robot was sliced apart, which is why there's blood on the bandage. The blood we see on the arm was cut off, was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. I'm not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Psychos never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Ah! My head, my body. Where am I? Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes! I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent. Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed. But Ponko and Miss Psychos couldn't have both been inside that case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Psychos was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. thanks to the defense. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. That's just how he likes it. He likes playing hard to get. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing, the victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A bloodstain? With a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Edgeworth, sorry. I'm sorry, I've been dealing with fucking Blackwell this whole time. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. Yeah. Made by her mother. Analysis showed the bloodstains to be on the exact shape of these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat, like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Psychas, who had been hit by the slatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Miss Athena Psychas was, without question, present at the scene of the crime. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Yes, but her being at the scene doesn't exactly prove that she committed the murder itself. Bro's tried to commit 2 children for murder himself and Athena. Oh, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that. He's just looking for the truth, and he has a thing where he likes poking Phoenix and provoking him until he draws the truth out. It's cute. He's cute like that. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her. But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But, as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright can call all manner of witnesses to stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Meet me out back. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Bunko. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I am not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. Not the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Stop making fun of him. You want to kiss him. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Punko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Psychos. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem that a robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. It was great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes is inexcusable. Just seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without a question at the scene. However, it does appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, his understanding and the capacity to express itself are limited. So, what are you suggesting? The witness's statement need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Psychos hugged Dr. Psychos, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination will be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were the one to worry about wasting time. Just go on a date. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both how fruitful any cross-examination can be. to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean she stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Lycos hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly. I am only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimonies are so vague. It's a shame that her little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about before Miss Lycos was killed. Now then, what happened after that? I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at that moment? Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Psychos really did die in that moment... Bonko, how was Dr. Psychos after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Oh, the unlucky timing. If you have heard anything after that, could possibly prove that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about the table on the right there with the giant robot on it. Is there something critical? Yeah, does seem pretty important. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like it to be added to a testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Down near the round window. Except that's not where her body was. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell down near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the difference between the location? The victim moved. The defendant moved the body. The victim moved. She was only 12. She couldn't have picked up... yeah, an 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew. I'm very relieved to hear that. I'm glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Psychos hugged her mother and nothing more. Right. It's been 8 years and you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her. But Miss Psychos and Dr. Psychos were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then, who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people who do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Psychos fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to? I think I know why. And what did you move, little Bonko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. ID tag, you say? Yes, an ID, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. Paper in the lab did mention something like that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it says. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do. Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Psychos' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell us? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would have been useless. Furthermore, Dr. Psychos usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped it over the chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her table was simply just another object. But Ponko was equipped with a facial recognition system. if she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Psychos. But she didn't, so that means... What's this? Never mind. A face can easily be recovered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Psychos. He's right. To summarize, Miss Psychos stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and that was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from your robot friends. Don't lie to me, he's dead. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and to the defendant, who was a child at the time. The table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in a second. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table to fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Am I finishing the case today? Absolutely, regardless of how long it takes, because, you know, no point splitting it up considering it's the last one. But take a look at Punko's arm. It was Miss Psychos who bandaged it up for it like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe that. Miss Psychos made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace... Prosecutor Edgeworth? What the fuck was the beginning message? The truth. The truth. The truth. That's what it is. How dare you call me a pervert? The force of me banging my bench knocked the microphone over. How dare you call me a pervert? I'm not. I just want a head pat. That's all I'm looking for. I just want a hand on my head. I'm not a degenerate. Actually, no, you're completely right, I am. I mean, sorry, just thinking about things that I probably shouldn't be mentioning to you and that I probably shouldn't mention. Because then, you know, you'd find my alt account. You can't find my old account because then you'll find the fanfiction. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you about what I've written. You don't need to know about that. If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. Well, I'm not going to tell you about that. What I will say is that if you were here on my birthday stream, you would have heard all about that shit. You would have heard things. Just watch that. And the reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Yeah, you were there at the most crucial moment. Oh, no, not really. I think you were. I don't know, I rewatched it the other day. I think you were there when I was talking about it. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible. Like I said, you're as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can also make repairs as well. It is conceivable that Miss Psychos moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Psychos may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, as one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant. And the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? It has to be something I can think of, but I can't think of a single thing. Prosecutor Blackwell. That's quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But, what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years, this case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. But the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. It's no... Edgeworth looks wonderful because he's Edgeworth. His model isn't good. That's what I meant by Edgeworth looks dumb. He didn't translate well into 3D. At least, not some of his sprites. I went to Cosmos Space Station with the intention of killing Dr. Psychos. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Psychos to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words. I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child falling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Psychos to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So, the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robots moved something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. My feeling about Blackwell, I don't know. I don't feel any more or less inclined towards him. I like his design, and he is an interesting character, but I'm not, like, as attached to him as some of the other prosecutors. Like, he annoyed me a lot. He's kind of like Godot, right? Where he's interesting, and I can 100% understand why he's got fans. You know, look, all I'm saying is if someone gave me a keychain of him, I wouldn't say no, but I wouldn't be, like, the most thrilled. Too edgy for your liking? I wouldn't say that. I like edginess. He's just kind of a prick and I don't like it. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet... Prosecutor Blackwell, are you saying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the law to a close today? Whatever you say, mate. You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. So, are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So, let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget, I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is it really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Not if you don't demand a cross-examination, you foolish man. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out there and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive her. Ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Hi, Athena, when did you get here? Sorry, I was despairing a bit too much to notice you. Probably should have noticed. I need to work up getting my guard up. Athena? Oh, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. See, if he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this. Psychos Dano. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? What do I think of their past together? I think it's adorable. I like it. I don't mind that at all. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared. It feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks! That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It's all to save you from this false conviction. But, Miss Psychos, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off that fear that's been with me for 7 years, to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice in your heart. I went to Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Psychos. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Psychos to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was. Okay. His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He's steeled his will, as if he'll never let his secrets be known. Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it. But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up. With the intention of killing Dr. Psychos. Found Athena there instead. Wow, you look real strange as a normal guy. I'm not used to seeing you as a normal person. I feel like it's one of these. But I'm sometimes I'm like so lost with these things. This feeling of happiness. I mean, I'm not used to seeing him without his eye bags and the white. He just looks like some dude. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said that you went to Space Center to kill Dr. Psychos. So compared to the last game, this is a bit hand-holdy, right? They do like pointing me in the right direction, and I like it, actually. Look, I grew up playing Skyward Sword. I kind of like being handheld a bit, because sometimes I legitimately have no idea what I'm doing. So having that little, so we should do this now, and I'm like, oh yeah, we should. That's a good idea, actually. I kind of like it. I don't mind. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. Look, I totally get that it can feel a bit forced, but like, for me, having my companion be like, we should ask this person about this piece of evidence now is really helpful to me, because a lot of the time with evidence and stuff, I sit there and I'm like, I don't know what you know, so I don't actually know what I'm meant to be asking you to progress the story. So so having people be like, I want to ask this person about this thing and this is where they are, is really helpful. But yeah, there have been instances where I'm like, oh, so that's the answer then, and then one sentence later they're like, whichever guy you're playing as that case is like, and so that must be the answer. I'm like, I was right, and that makes me feel good. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I'm well afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. I went to the Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Psychos. Hi, Kaito. I found Athena in the robotics lab. I was relieved. So I waited for Dr. Psychos to return. Chaos flows. They're backing down? Exactly. Also, this changed. Why are you sad now? Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said you killed Dr. Psychos in your testimony, you felt sadness. Oh, lyrics of a song from Cyberpunk? No, I never played Cyberpunk. I think I know one song from it, or it might just be a song based on it. I don't know, but it's a good song. I believe it's actually just called Cyberpunk 2077. It's on my party playlist. No, Cyberpunk 2020. It's a good song. It's a good song. It's a good song. It's like, gothic wave. It's great. Why would someone who had laid in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Psychos was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from the obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to another experiment, I thought, as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. And is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Well, right. How are you doing, Athena? Can you hang in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim and sound more believable. He's trying very hard to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his motions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on your lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already. I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, a contradictory testimony or inconsistent motions, what should I tackle first?
I'd like to tackle the testimony.
Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss! But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent motions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. I heard crying next door, of course. I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there and curse my luck, Dr. Psychos came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. The victim's blood was found only in the blade. It belonged to the victim. Photo of the crime scene. Cause of death was a stab wound in the heart. Earring that Psychos gave to Athena. If you find an inconsistent statement, present evidence to the contrary. Is there really a contradiction in his testimony, though? Mr. Wright, if we can't find any contradictory testimony, we could look at emotions. Yes, please, I'd like to say. Okay, maybe we'd better look at the inconsistent emotions now. I'm coming right up. I heard crying. Next door, of course, I was worried. The door, robotics lab. I refused to hand her over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Oh my god, of course you would make this the most difficult thing in the world. Okay. Okay. Is it really? I don't know. It doesn't feel inconsistent to me. And I don't feel like there's anything I can present to his testimony. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What would be an inconsistency, though? This is the hard bit with the emotions thing because my interpretation is sometimes wrong. And I don't I'm confused as to what would really be inconsistent about what he said. Um, what would be an inconsistency? I don't know, and I'm very confused. He's... Where I could lead Athena out because my locked up sneakers came in. Okay. I refused to hand Athena over and had no choice but to kill my mentor. And you explained earlier that your sadness was not for killing her, but for Athena. I'm feeling surprised, makes sense. Look, his logic is pretty sound to me, Phoenix, right? Can you take over this one thing for me? Ugh, please, Phoenix. I'm stupid. I know that I did really well in the Godot case. This one, this one, he's tripping me up. I can't. I'm not very good at it when guys are lying to me, you know. If you would like to give me a hint, you can, but I was just gonna look up a walkthrough. Because I'm lame like that. I was like, okay, here, let me elaborate why I think this is difficult, okay? Because, like, my interpretation of this is surprise over seeing Athena crying like this alone, right? That's my interpretation of it, and to me, that's logical. The game, however, doesn't feel that is a logical emotional response, which is why it's incorrect. I always justify that all the emotions are correct and make sense. When it gets to this fucking point, I always do that because it makes sense to me. But, you know, I guess not. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door of the lab? Alright, fine. See, no, the problem with that is that when I read that, I interpreted that as when he came in, she cried herself to sleep. That's how I interpreted that. I didn't interpret that as that is what she commonly does. I interpreted that as she did that day. So maybe I just read it wrong. Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Psychos knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Psychos had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was in that lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Well, I get that bit, okay? I get that Athena's got a that we're saying that Athena's shit childhood. That's what I get that. That's what we're saying, okay? I'm saying that to me, surprise as a general emotion is a fine thing to experience when you're when you see someone crying. Doesn't always have to be you see someone else sad and you too are sad. Surprise makes sense to me. But that is not how we are generalizing the emotion surprise, and I haven't really like internalized that what they're saying surprise is and what I would say surprise is as an emotion to me is very different. Yeah, it's not 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. They'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and wheel really are sharp and strong as a guitar. Because it doesn't make sense for him to have, it doesn't make sense for him to have cut up Ponko at that time because the sword was covered in blood. Attack me, I retaliated by cutting it to pieces. R. The picture of you doing it. E. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. Seeing the bloodstain on the end of Ponko's arm, see the bloodstain on the end of Ponko's arm where it's been severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it. Oh. Wow, Manfred von Karma followed the real one from the game. I thought he was dead already. Hi, how you going? How's things? Now, you know, actually, I've already gotten the attention of your daughter. Oh, no, it's a zombie! God, that's gross. That's the grossest thing I've ever heard. I don't want to see that. And I'm so glad. I am so glad that my follow notifications are finally working. I've been waiting for a chance to test it. But welcome in. I'm glad you're here to witness me and my I really don't. I really don't. But thank you for being here. Thank you. Anyway, but the katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Punko and then you killed Dr. Psychos. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Punko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have been transferred from the sword to Punko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but a giant ball of lies. Gah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something. Phoenix, right. You will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You were obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be following from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing that feeling. Oh, wow, you really have to overwhelm me with the sound too. Thanks. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Psychos came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. His voice hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years? And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. Uh-huh. That's not what I wanted to click on, but sure. I'm actually not getting any particularly big read from there, Mr. Wright. I guess not. In there. I guess that's not in then. What could have caused Blackwell to react with all these emotions at once? When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, Prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit, I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Psychurst is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Nona? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. You hear that a lot, don't you, Mercer? It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Psychus was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's so fucking dark. That's what I saw. And there you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is. That's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! Yeah. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all. It's true, as Athena didn't like her mother research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Psychus could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me. Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free from your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry out with everyday life. No, it can't be true. Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself, and you and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. Would seem that we now have all the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena. It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Psychess is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Psychess this opportunity to confess? Very well, then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Psychess. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright, and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law will come to an end. Yes. Admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep, and I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. And yet, Edgeworth, I've already found a glaring contradiction in this testimony. For, I'm sure you would be well aware that, memories are fickle things that the human mind can trick itself into having. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe that the trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Yes, Your Honor. Fucking Phoenix, get the fuck on it already. Thank you. God, I've already found a glaring contradiction, Your Honor. I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument would be pointless. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer. I said that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matter of the heart, Edgeworth. Only because you won't propose to me and it's been so long. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, a part of her heart and her memories are sealed off from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows anything about. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Mrs. Sykes's confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing deep, and I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I can just tell. Is there a problem with her confession? Please prove it to the court. Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. And please focus on the handle of the sword. There is not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was wiped off the weapon. The defendant used a different weapon. Miss Sykes, Said blood flowed down the handle onto the katana's handle. But the katana's handle was spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Psychus's life was the katana, that I'm sure of. So, if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon could that be, exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? But I can't back down now. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. The toolkit! Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. The utility knife! I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. But this is the murder weapon in the Clay Tehran case? Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Tehran's life, but there must have been a knife just like this at the scene of 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. The robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around. But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know. Of course I knew that. As you told me just now. Then here's something else you already know. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of the contents. Blade would have gone right in there, though. You're right, I don't see any kind of blade in the toolkit. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of the handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Yeah, what's the point of your glasses if you can just take them off and casually walk around, huh? Notice that the handles on each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see. That they do. What's the significance does this have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from the kit. If we arrange the tools in a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
No, he's offended. You offended him. You have to apologize by taking him to dinner. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design? Could see if we arrange the tools. This. And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rockets motifs it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name for the Federal Space R&D program? Ah, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in the photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. But this is the murder weapon from the Tehran case comes into play. If you were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would. Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Psychos used could have been this one. Yeah. Order in the court. Miss Psychos confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Psychos most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Psychos was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Psychos remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Psychos. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Psychos did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Psychos could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. Does clear up the contradiction between Miss Psychos' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. The prosecution is attempting to lead the court. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the weapon and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Psychos who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Yeah. Yeah, there you go, Phoenix. Let that out. Ooh, that Spider's back. Haven't seen that one in a long time. Rare's a rare sight. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you could. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in into doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. Can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena. I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Hell yeah! I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Oh! Ponko recognized the person as Athena's mother because they were wearing this. There's a stab wound there because that's where Athena stabbed. Whoever was wearing that is the real murderer. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two people there. So then, how did the third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, the person must have fooled Ponko's recognition with the victim's face. By covering the victim's face, their own face, Ponko's face. Right. Must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. If they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Right, that's it. The culprit could have covered up their face and posed as Metis to avoid detection. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used her jacket in order to pose as the victim. The culprit
could have posed as a victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves that heartbeat recognition system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Psychus's heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Psychus was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Psychus. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her, the real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Psychus is innocent. But Ponko saw me! She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Psychus stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Psychus. What? Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time? After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I'm absolute with confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Conco's strange malfunction. Mr. Turan, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan? But that's Apollo you're talking to? Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by the jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because at the time, Dr. Psychus's heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Psychus stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Psychus, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! You say that, but you've seen all the cases we've done together. I love how long your jacket is these days. Have I mentioned that? A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask. Order! Order in the court, Miss Psychus. Did you say something? Mask. Yes, I remember... Athena, what is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head. Miss Psychess, are you alright? No! The black psyche locks. They're breaking. Oh, that's a nice sound effect. I'm into that. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mother. I opened the door, and then... It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor, by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first. So I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Bongo to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with my mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Psychess arrived, a man who covered the victim's face. And put the victim's jacket, this man is the real culprit. Miss Psychess, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A moment ago, Miss Psychess mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theatre mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall in the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a no mask has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. That means that all suspicion against Miss Psychess has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Psychess is the murderer. I can't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed?
Who says it wasn't all just a dream that the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh. She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of a masked man's existence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena. I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So, I'd like to say one thing if I could. Punko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. Yeah. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help this person that can help me find the person who came to the lab before 2? Before 2? Well, ideally, I would say the victim's body was found on the operating table, katana, and the victim's staff jacket. And a cart were found nearby. Moonrock was stolen. Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment, a robot charging station, and a toolkit on the floor. There's a hanging skull and a Japanese theatre mask on the wall. My thinking would be that it makes sense if it makes sense if it's to do with the video, right? Because, like, if we have that, then that can help, wouldn't it? This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So, if we rewind the footage and go back to 2 p.m, we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then. Let's take a look. There. Stop it right there. It's just like you said. There's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Psychas, do you remember this person? That's him! I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Yeah, he looks totally innocent and normal. Totally didn't do it. I mean, the bloody hand is just one thing. I did, but I really wanted to see this. See, what I really wanted to see was a jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Psychas's. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that the knife under... that knife is under that jacket somewhere. Yeah, normal everyday stuff of tripping and having a knife fall directly into your hand.
Like, not just laying on the floor, but straight up. So then, everything Miss Psychos said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Psychos's memory was correct. Dr. Psychos's killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with the handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Psychos's jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Psychos's jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Psychos, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the video. And that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up at the crime scene? What's going on? That jacket doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? The killer brought it back, the victim brought it back, the defendant brought it back. The killer must have used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape, but in order to conceal the fact that he had the jacket, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Except that would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And then they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit in this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would have never thought of that. Order in the court. Ooh, what is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect Space Probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports of those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face from the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Psychos' memories is to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth? Are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does it mean I can't believe it. It's over! I won! I prove that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwheel are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. No silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that— Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura. There is something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis's murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom from 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. Person Blackwell was looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then, one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Or his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Psychos. Yes. A spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Psychos' results and recording were surely among his targets. But his search for the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who's to say? Wow. Nobody's never let that out of sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Hi, Taka. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I wasn't even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Psychos drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here. You can see for yourself.
But take good care of it, is all I have left of my mentor. I'd better hold on to this real tight. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice is extremely weak compared to the typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup was with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us into motion. Phantom indeed. A fitting name for one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Psychos. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You? Hi, Apollo. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright, and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to win just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, wow, what a cliffhanger that would be. I am going to continue, and I am going to finish this. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I want food really badly. I don't know what to eat though. Oh, well, my body is full of weakness. I don't want to have to cook anything. £13 burrito? Absolutely fucking not. I put 3 things on a burrito. Barely weighs like 20 kilos. Like 20 grams. And besides, I only had garlic wraps at the shop, so I can't have a burrito even if I wanted one, because I don't like that kind of tortilla.
I don't like the garlic tortillas, they're gross. Am I very picky with food? Well, I have arthrid, so yes. Look, it's not my fault that some foods just taste disgusting, so I don't want to put them in my mouth. I feel like I can't be judged for not wanting to eat something that I think is gross. Ugh. What should I eat? So that's why you're picky with your crushes. It's not that. Okay. Okay, what I actually think. You can blame all my crushes on Mondo Owada, because he was my first one. So, all subsequent attractions, I blame on him, frankly. It's not my fault that, people are pretty, and look, everyone's got their preferences. It's... Why would I think everyone's pretty when that's just a lie? What do I think about the Athena scene? Which one? The one with all the blood? Cause that's fucking heavy as fuck, and you know what? I respect them for putting that in their game. I respect them for that. Exactly. They all just happen to be sexy older men. It's not my fault. Yeah, I want food. Ugh. Should I have some Hokkien noodles? I didn't buy any broccoli. Pasta is the easiest thing. Hokkien noodles, they're a type of noodle. I'm not actually sure what they're usually used in, but I use them for stir fry. I can't be fucked dealing with making chicken though. I fell down. Ugh. I'm good. Ugh, I'm just weak. I'm just a weak boy. I'm just a weak, tiny guy. Yeah, I'm just gonna put on some pasta and I'll be back. Look for if I'm lazy, look for the most air fryable thing in the freezer. Why are you assuming that I have an air fryer? Why are you assuming that I have an air fryer? I don't have an air fryer. I don't own one. I think the only person who does is my grandma, who I never see. Yeah, it's convenient, but it's also expensive. Why would I buy a product that I don't have I don't have storage space for it. I don't have the money to buy one of those things, and I don't even eat enough things that warrant me frying anything, because I think most things when they're fried are gross. So, you know, I just put things in the oven if I need to fry them. And eat everything else raw. Anyway, I'm gonna go put on some pasta. It's not that I'm lazy, it's that It's not that I'm lazy. It's that Mother Nature hates me.
I'll go check on that later.
I'm not lazy. I got a thing called executive dysfunction and Alfred, and I don't know if you know this, but I've been in pain half the day, and frankly, it's a miracle that I'm here streaming right now.
Hello, Apollo. Please don't talk too much. I might actually die, because I've been having a wonderful time not having to do your voice for the past 5 hours. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Psyches, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. I'm still not clear on who... It's still not clear who killed Clay Turan. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Psyches, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me to a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favour of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose a princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's theory. I'll have the police's investigation report brought in immediately. You too, Edgeworth? I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tehran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronaut in the boarding lounge. Then when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Tehran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pad. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tehran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Woo! Fun! Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Well, I suspect Miss Psychos is the murder of Clay Tehran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when the incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Psychos on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think it's... I suspected Miss Psychos of the murder of Clay Tehran, confirmed when this incriminating piece of evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. Why is that? Isn't it possible that somebody else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall that there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tehran and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tehran's killer, or rather Miss Psychos, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? first I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until noon the next day. I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more, but wait a minute. In that case, it's most likely recorded the true culprit as well. That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Psychess is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. Can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the parts had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leading your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix, right? That is why I wish to indict Psychess on the charge of murder. That's the lighter that we found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Psychess was the only one who was at the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But, Mr. Justice, Miss Psychess had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tehran. 7 years ago, Miss Psychess lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? Addition. Believing in your client to the end is the basic principle of a good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. That's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Psychess isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, I think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments. His points of contention are the fingerprints on the lighter and the escape route, huh? Apollo knows how I operate, so I can't use my usual tactics on him. Looks like the only thing I can do here is press him for more information. What first made you suspect? You were suspicious of Miss Psychess? It all started when Miss Psychess and I were investigating the crime scene. when she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear my eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Oh. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Psychos unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with it, with one identical to it 7 years ago. But that knife was also the murder weapon that used to kill Clay Duran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was the killer. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. And Slycast was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no less suspect than defendant. Unless you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Good question. I'll think about it when I check on my pasta. Because I can smell it.
my pasta. And of course, there's an alternative. Yes, of course, there must be. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up the doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in the defendant and believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. And it is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like that. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last piece of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Psychos again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't many possibilities. Director Cosmos was in the southern exit. Leaving the control room corridor and to the Space Museum. When the door... Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. What do you think the culprit escaped to? Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. Couldn't have gone into the Space Museum. Because... there isn't anywhere Because that's what we're trying, that's the difference we're trying to make. There's only one person who could have gone into the control room. So, is the control room immediately outlawed because of that? My first thought is to think outside the box, and it wasn't exactly a door. But how far-fetched are they doing with this case? Because I've seen fucking far-fetched, right? So the question is... You should think very insane. Because my initial thought was, why not the window? Right. Because there would have been a ladder there. The question is, does the window open? And then, there's also the trash chute, right? That would have been a quick and easy escape for anyone. The question is, where does that go? So, the question is... think a bit more suicidal than that? What's more suicidal? What's more suicidal than... What's more suicidal than that? I guess... more suicidal... the stupidest, most dangerous way possible? Well, then that would be... going straight down. Just running straight past him. That would be the most dangerous, stupidest thing I could think of in that situation. But he claimed that he didn't see anyone. Adding a bit of parkour, dude. I don't know. Did he never leave? Did he never actually leave? Where do you think the culprit escaped to? Because it's entirely possible that he didn't ever leave the room. At least not while people were there. Okay. I can be reckless. I can be reckless. I have, as you can see, I have room to be reckless because I haven't gotten anything wrong so far. So I have room to be reckless, okay? Yeah.
Yeah, you say that, and I'm trying to think of what would be more reckless than everything that I've already thought of. I can't think of anything. Our Rectocosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Quite a bit suicidal. It's... I can think of so many answers. I just don't know which one is the most plausible. Because what if we were right and it did escape into the Space Museum, but he didn't stay there? That's a possibility. Because that feels like they're all so plausible. That's entirely possible. That to me, right? And it would line up with the evidence. And that would explain how the lighter got there in the first place, considering it's covered in blood. They really only could have escaped to the corridor and to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's print to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Psychos's guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would be into the boarding lounge too. But Miss Psychos was the only one captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw than that Athena Psychos was the culprit. What could be the answer? Was there really no other escape route? But, hold on a second. What if... Yeah. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh? Launch Pad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when the alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look on your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone besides the boarding lounge too? Fucking anywhere! Anywhere, really. Just anywhere, just jumped out. Frankly, we're all surprised, no bones were broken in the process. Just fucking anywhere, really. Like, they could have gone here, or fucking really. I hope you don't want me to be specific, because I have no specific thing to tell you. Just fucking anywhere. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point to exactly what the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep, well, the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety point. Was an alternative place where the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the third floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap into the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death. Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it, exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap out to the outside wall of the main building. Good question. The emergency ladder. An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used the ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pad was switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? It is borderline suicidal. I'm not, honestly, not surprised. I'm not surprised. The final case is always a little bit fucking insane. Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone else than Miss Psychos could have been the culprit, right? Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all. You weren't listening, Edgeworth. You do this a lot. And frankly, it's the reason we should kiss next dinner. But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind. Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be completed and escaped to boarding lounge 2. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way. In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that, despite all of this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And in the brief moment the corridor and the ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? It was the culprit. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you? Possibility of a person who could have used the alternative escape route. What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psyche profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. Oh, right! You can't be serious! Without the constraint of fear. He could easily do that, what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground with not the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom, again. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes at Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if it was connected to the murder of Clay Tehran as well. However, now it is all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tehran. What? Trap Card the Phantom did it. Hell yeah, he did. Order in the court! Order, I say. Mr. Right, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same phantom. So then, his phantom is the one who killed Clay. But who is he? This phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder with the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made the leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So, you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leaving the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the. You've gotta be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? A mystery spy. Known as the Phantom. I need a minute. Because maybe if I don't continue, it will never be true. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. They just can't give me
Look, I appreciate it. And I know that they need to have a twist. They can't. They can't give me one thing? Really? I was on duty on the 4th floor. Quite a madhouse, I tell you. And you catch me on the day that I have my emotions and my hormones at a fucking all-time high, huh? As for the detective who was leading the evacuation on the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. You really didn't know? You were here like every stream. I've been flying through these games. You should know. You should assume we're on a new case every single time, every single stream. His objective was to secure his own escape route. I usually stop when I finish a case, honestly, which is why a lot of my Apollo ones have gotten really long. We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. As everyone else was out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion. Never trust a police officer in gloves, I guess. Hi, Una. I'm having a mental breakdown. Hi, Raiders. You caught me in the middle of the most devastating news I've ever heard. Una, hug me, please. Why the sand? Because they insist on destroying my eyes. Una. Yeah, the game's 3D. I'm sorry. I have to flashbang you with this version of Phoenix. Hi, Una. Hi, Una. Hi, Una.
Sand is temporary, my love is eternal. You focus my very. It got in my eyes several times over. I feel like you should know. You want to join Una stream just to throw sand in her eyes? Well, Una streams 3 to 4 hours every day, so you just gotta catch her sometime then. With nothing like Beats walking in on someone having the most insane revelation. Yeah. 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 It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm completely fine. I'm fine, and I... No! Una, don't leave me! Oh, but Una, I can't. No. Why can't I have nice things, Una? I knew the first one was evil though. I saw him and like 2 hours later I was like, yeah, no, definitely the guy who killed him. And like immediately with the way he was talking, it was obvious that he had some sort of fucking agenda going. I knew that guy was evil and I still liked him. This is... This is like when Raincode killed my favourite character. Only one of them's a terrorist! The other one's just unnecessarily cruel and a control freak. You should catch up. You should. I've been doing good. Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. Yeah, it really is 3D. This is the first 3D game. Every game after that is 3D. After every game, this and every game afterwards is 3D. So, you just gotta deal with it. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tehran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly. So he waited for the right moment, got a running start. Just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. How had a detective do all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. I was happier then. Then his concern for Simon was all just one big act. How much am I crying on the inside? So much that I am worried I might actually start crying. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions, tear the defendant apart. You always got spoiled on the biggest thing in this whole game. I'm sorry. But thank you for being here, Liquid. Zeruf. Zeruf. I prefer Zero. Psh, Liquid Zeruf is way funnier. I like Zeruf. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained Lolita to court too. Scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. I'm gonna eat some of my food. Exactly, I'm cope eating right now. Not. It's. I just want nice things. I just want one nice thing. Because this means that most people don't know who he is, and I can never have a keychain. Fucking double-sided keychain of him would be really cool. He's everything that I've always wanted. It's my favourite kind of character. I love a good twist. Why would you do it through that? does it make it doubly awesome? Or does it devastate me in a way I've never been devastated before? I've never had my favourite character turn out this way. What do I do? What do I think? I have to accept it as reality, for it's the truth. Where will he end up in the rankings when I do my tier list? He'll still probably get his own tier, but I don't know where exactly it would be. It would be titled Rest in Peace. And all my complicated emotions. Is it too fucked up that you're kind of entertained by this? Absolutely not. I'm glad that everything about me is entertaining. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo? Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get to the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust— Ow! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now, what are you talking about? Yeah, touched. Yeah, touched and all. I'm so touched. No, I've never been having more fun in my entire fucking life. I'm so entertained right now. And I'm so in love with this story. Maybe I will open your can of Coke, I need you. Ugh. Pat my head and make me feel better, and it's definitely not a threat. Thank you. That's all I've ever wanted. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for watching. For waking me up to reality again. Because I know who to call if I ever get a sleeping cord. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. God, that sprite really is shit. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trizzy and all the others! Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Oh! What's up? What you doing? Miss Blackwell. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. Don't tell him to take off his glasses, that's a huge bit. It's the fact that the model looks so unfinished compared to everyone else's. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Aha! Yes, it's true, the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just... I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Well, I haven't let you out of them chains, have they? Or... Simon! I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though, you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I guess. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me too well. I guess love can take a variety of expressions, including stunted in this case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon? I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did is inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. And murdered my mentor. Brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. No, don't leave me, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, I need you in this trying time. I don't want to have to fucking deal with him. He's been nothing but annoying to me. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? God, they're so heavy. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Yeah, especially all those memories you had to relive. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're going to the defense bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo? Athena. I can say it with my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. Now, I'm going to prove it to the world. Barely eaten half of my pasta. Oh. The next time a member of the police shows up in one of these games, I'm not even gonna look their way. Unless it's Gumtree, but it won't be. He's all I have left.
I see a character with gloves. Never again. Never again. Don't get attached to anyone wearing gloves. It's always the man in gloves. So cute. Every time he talked, I would pose. Every time. Every time he talked, I just needed to pose just like him. It felt better. I don't trust her. She's only wearing one glove. It's not gloves. It's plural. It's only one glove. And she's not a man. And did a great job of baiting you. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right. Because I'm fine now.
God, don't. That was just the worst voice acting I've ever heard. Sup, dude? Maybe don't leave the jacket just sitting there. Now this is the Apollo I know. Oh, welcome back, Apollo! It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. No, don't leave me, Edgeworth. I need you to be there so I can go out to dinner and cry over a chicken. Please, Edgeworth. Please don't leave. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely the first people at the scene 7 years ago, facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. Don't leave me. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, bye, princess. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. You don't remember the timeline? What, are you confused by something then? Let us now reconvene
How long is Dual Destiny happening after Apollo Justice? I think it's only like a year or two afterwards. No, defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been on the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although, back then, I thought you were loud. More loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Basically, Phoenix got disbarred, and then a year later, Simon got found guilty of murder. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Prosecutor Blackwell. With the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. But bailiff, please bring the witness immediately. Even those handcuffs off Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Hi, Bobby. If that is your real name. Which it might not be. You're so... I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Don't do that to me! Don't do that to me right now, baby! Don't do that to me right now, baby. Don't do that to me right now.
Don't do that to me right now. Not right now, please. Not right now. I've been doing it! Can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey! He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Fulbright. If you wish to dispel your suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. I want to prove my righteousness. I can certainly do that. I am the embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only theory. You have no proof. In justice we trust. Oh, slowly turns to Apollo. You have to take over for me, dude. What we do have is proof that Athena's Psychos is the culprit, the lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? and that the defendant is the real culprit. That's alright. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. Oh, stop being lame. No, baby, you have to stop. You have to stop to make this easier. You have to stop. Please, please, please be kind to me. Oh, Drawler, come here, please. Eric, why would Capcom do this to me? Title's fitting, yeah, that's why I chose it. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. It's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear with my eyes are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice. Stop being lame. Stop being every reason that I like you. Please. Please. Enough of your rubbish, right? If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. Suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. It is my duty. I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. As Apollo is suffering too. He's suffering from the puns, and Blackwell is suffering with me. Oh. Maybe I will have to read. Maybe I will have to read Blackbright fanfiction. Maybe I will have to do that to make myself feel better. Maybe I will. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Thou ask away and don't hold back. Well, There don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Miss Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Yeah. Sharing the pain. With far-fetched arguments. Right. Look at you. Look at your design. Just look at everything about you. Everything about you. Looks like he's sticking with Athena as the culprit. And it doesn't help that he has the evidence. Let's press him on everything until he cracks. The embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words. They say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true? By wishing over and over? It hurts every time you say something. Alright, let's just move on. Yes, we mentioned earlier who gave us the lighter. Stop being lame and stop doing this shit to me. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Well, yes, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Psyches, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter with Miss Psyches' fingerprints on it and the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbour any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright right now. Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? The number of prints. The position of the prints. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, so they could... as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose if you used the lighter to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that to your testimony? The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone was holding it lit. Can I? Huh. The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone was holding it lit. Then please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder. Well, I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice, but oh, alright. No. At this point in the game, there is absolutely no other option. I'm just hoping that, that he stops being my perfect baby to make this easier on me. Please tell us anything you remember about the lab. The lab, huh? Well, it was so messy that there was hardly anywhere to step. I guess they were in the middle of building a giant robot. Yeah, that's pretty much how it looked when we visited this afternoon too. Okay, I know the drill. You want me to add a statement to my testimony, don't you? What? No, way ahead of you. I'll just add it in. Stop being everything I was hoping you would be. You need to stop. Please stop. Please, just stop. Just stop. Please stop. I need you to stop right now. I need you to stop right this second. You mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only! After Miss, I guess, murdered Mr. Tehran, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then, after the launch pad was switched, she ran into the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera. Without evidence. I should probably save this fight for another time. The prints were placed as if they would be if someone was holding it lit. Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Lucas. This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Okay. The number of prints. How many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger on the right hand. Do I have something similar to a lighter I can hold to get an idea of what that would be? So the thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger. So holding it with 3 fingers. I guess that makes sense if it's small for a lighter. But you said they were on either side. Who would hold a lighter like that? I mean, some people would. I would hold it in my whole fist, honestly. But you know, that's just me. And if it's like one of those flicky lighters, yeah, I'd use my whole hand for all that. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could you please have it swabbed into my testimony? You got it! He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is key. Fuck you. Statement that was added. I'm not sure if it's relevant or not. Well, at least he seems willing to answer our questions. Let's keep asking about different things and see if we uncover any inconsistencies. Jack Fulbright is a tougher adversary than I thought. Look at him. Just look at him. Just look at him. Why would they do that to me? Why would they design someone so absolutely perfect and then rip it away from me? You aren't fooling anyone. You chose the ladder in that very room on purpose to create an escape route. That's not true. It's just that when it comes to ladders, I'm very particular. I had a good feeling about that ladder. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Did I mess up somewhere along the way? Please tell the court what you remember of Miss Blackwell at the time. She appeared to be really angry that the bombing commotion was disrupting her work. She even threw the robot at me. Yikes. I hope it wasn't pork lungo. This is very important information, isn't it? I'll just switch this statement in. Oh, why don't you let me decide that? Miss Blackwell was extremely crabby and having her work interrupted. Oh. The knife was in the right hand, so why would her right hand have the fingerprints? You say the prints were from her right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, she saw the culprit herself. This person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So, here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? You're right. Doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lot 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back to the right of the room. That's right, across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So you're saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice. But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection. Right, don't know. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? Aha, that's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said that she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly! As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp, if the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, it would have covered the emblem. That's why this kind... What's more, this kind of lighter you flick open with the thumb before lighting. Or, you know, just flick it. If the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem up and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. You're acting like it's a hard and fast rule with that lighter. It's really not. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter with their right hand. I'm back my beautiful contradiction. It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up until this point. In justice we trust! Now do you see? I'm not just this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Lycos is the culprit. Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me. You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose. We should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? Oh, what in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in your right hand. Alright there, dude. Look at him. God, I haven't had to do this in so long. I haven't had to do this in so long. Look at your eyelash! Where else would I be able to see that? And I'm not sure that would have registered. Okay, it didn't register, but I found it. It's not that kind of tick you had in mind. Could you please repeat your statement? E. Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer? I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know that it has something to do with the lighter. Let me explain. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just... Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look, you see. Having a look-see, should you? What? What you do, Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Hell yeah. It's been a long time since I've done this. Look, it's Australia right there. Right. Look just where I am. Oh. Whoa, look at that. This is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem actually has some kind of button. It's a... Wow! It transformed into something. Handle, trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question. It seems that we have... what you have here is a gun. What? A gun? So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was at the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted! The lighter was a gun. So, then Detective Fulbright would touch his holster. That's right. Whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Well, exactly. And whose prints were on it? Miss Sakaz's prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Ugh. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Altogether, it pains me to do this now that we are where we are. I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. the person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person who Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Turan, and the person who bombed the Space Center. Ah, the defendants, Athena Psychos, the prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No. Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit, and I think this about sums up the Miss Psychos' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But, calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead. Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Psychos's, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just the prints on the lighter aren't the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think the lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found at the boarding lounge. Ah, yes, I happen to have a compiled print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours, considered a gift. If we assume he's been laying a bigger trap for us all along, it's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? Where the prints are, how the prints were left, the owner of the prints. I mean all of it. Just all of it. I'd say all of it. I would say literally every single thing is wrong with the is wrong with it. But also, where would those prints have come from, right? Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Psychos's prints matched the print data. But you have to wonder, was the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics. Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. Ah, It appears that the official data is here. And the results. It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Turan. Interesting. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? Ah, I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his gloves during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprint to confirm his identity after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off his hand. By your own admission, you were also the only one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Psychos. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So, does this mean Detective Fulbright is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the one who could have used that escape. You're the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. Also help me. I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom. It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. Actually, I've actually been after the Phantom myself. And undercover investigator. That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right! I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What? You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him. I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated ladder? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Psychos was just another one of the Phantom's orders. Do you expect me to buy that? Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me for the past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Psychos even years later, even 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was a Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to sniper shots in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of this one? But on the surface, everything seems to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There! I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom. Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up until this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell? This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it is against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't ever betray me again. Have you got that? The things that you fucking say to this man, you gotta calm the fuck down, Blackwell. You know what the internet is like. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. This is such a bond of trust and it's a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Ha! Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Psychos will be free as to go as well. Mr. Wright, you can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. Hi. The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, I think you could scooch over. Athena, what are you doing? Oh, we don't get held into contempt of court. I have some questions for Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am! And I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, what are you going to do with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him hasn't been cleared up. He's not feeling happy at all. What? Does that mean... We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, you must be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by your accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what will happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too. You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might not have. You might have finally lost it. But I really thought you believed me. Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotion such as joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it! Time to check the instant replay. A widget, mon ami. Let's do this. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Psyche 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all? It's just like I thought. And right in line with the Phantom's psychic profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold on. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Yeah! Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without me even thinking. Like a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now you can't hack me anymore. I dare you to try and hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotions? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. Oh, as a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with your accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading? Huh? But he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Ugh. Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden? What's he trying to pull? Like it or not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. Is just as it says in Dr. Psyches's profile of the Phantom. The subject has an unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct as a result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. Like for a spy, seriously. But why? I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who's been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to me analysing you, right? No, analyse away. But I will say it again, I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're not about to see what an undercover cop can really do. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow, what great control you have right now, dude. This is... What great control you have. But how are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess? I don't know what we can do with this either. This must be his defenses against your ability. So, you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of? I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human with his true feelings and emotion he can't completely conceal must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. Okay. Okay. Okay, interesting.
Um. 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 Somewhere. Somewhere, you say? Somewhere, you say? Um. Accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock. This one I find the most interesting. Because that sadness doesn't go away. So I'm interested in that.
I found it. I found one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of your chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was in response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume your fear concerning the moon rock is because your identity will be revealed, you lost it, you failed to steal it.
I think it's because he lost it. That feels like that's a good reason to be fearful over the moon rock. But also, his identity would 100% be revealed if he were to, if we were to, like, uncover the moon rock. And that is what he's been trying to, get back the whole time, which is why he killed Miss Psychis, because having any evidence as to who he is damning, which is also why he got close to Blackquill, because he was trying to get it back. So your identity would be revealed then?
Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries, so there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there were assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you're afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. Certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much as steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him? Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Okay. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try and get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get one for myself? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust. No emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Yeah. And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing the case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly believe feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Ugh. Well, I admit I don't have conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got Athena downing herself. Miss Psychez's analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key to getting to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions is quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But, Your Honor... There, you see! Nobody believes you and your drummed-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Psychez's analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do it firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So, does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I do believe your claim, Miss Psyches. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter. Then that's a win for me! No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology, my fears. Fine. I'll show you precisely why these abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all! So, the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice! And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure. You sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dano? With your deductive reasoning, the body of evidence before us. Let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwheel. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the court. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust in my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected for forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. 2 of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Once 2 people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust can be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like this is stronger than you and your lies anyway. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like him have my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy? Phantom, person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. But fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled over it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. He got stabbed. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. Would I be presenting the knife then? Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course! That's the knife that the Phantom used to kill Clay Turan. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Psychos used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's head. Yes. That was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, but so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Psychos then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analysed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean, if we run an analysis now, we know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. This court needs a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the Buling Bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is outrageous! Oh, I mean, this isn't outrage? Go on, right down now. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere in the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. Our personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible. And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom. And especially the lab, but the moon rock was never found. Ah! How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still don't have a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tell us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock with him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? Must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oh, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the room rock disappear from the crime scene? I'm kind of thinking this. Because that makes sense to me. And... and that is also a possibility. I do think it's the capsule, though. Because then it would easily disappear, no one would even bother checking in that. That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up into the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So, there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes. And the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, the moon rock would have been launched into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the deepest depths of space, aboard the Hope space probe. Whoa. What? Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right, he planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out there in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later. With the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you are the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage Hat 2, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to that capsule for as long as he was worth until it was last breath. Oh, it's so funny! You make me laugh, you really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question. But in that case, you could say anything as a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe the further investigation is in order. Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... Hi, dude! I've been waiting for you. Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I have uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people at the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. And does this mean... Yes! The man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man... Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery, if you will not reveal yourself to us. Then I shall do it for you. What great imagery. What the... No! His face. Oh. Look what you did to my mask. Mask? What's the meaning of this, witness? Okay. You got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Okay. Right. But that's... Hey, Apollo! Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. So, Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you? Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. And not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results. It will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. Gross. I hate that I have to see you again. I can't accept such evidence here, miss, I guess. Professor Means? Mask? I will take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Huh? Time to take out the trash. Permanently. How could you... Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be? How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. But that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you really are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful look, I'd wager. Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a Phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule? I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Fuck. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But with a shame, your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy the one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent. And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or that, at least, a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? Can you just change mask, please? Because I hate that I have to keep looking at this dude's face. I know I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. But what was blown? That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Well, it does. Yes, and you can see a stolen moon fragment there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Well, we have a piece of moon rock right here. Take a look at this. And what is that, may I ask? This is the last fragment of hope that I have. This is what will give me the strength to carry on. I see. Not exactly the reaction I was hoping for. Mr. Wright, for your sake, I will pretend I didn't see that embarrassing display. Okay, I'm a step ahead. I understand. Unfortunately, it will still cost you. Okay. Then what would I be presenting? What would I be presenting then? There! Isn't that the bomb that blew up in the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat won. Now please take a note of the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at the photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable. But that's impossible. A surprise, to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragment tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it, and it appears to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed that it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom. Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? Okay, but Phoenix looked really good there. That was a good picture of Phoenix. He was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial be any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that were in the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that have my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right? Don't be absurd. We compare the fragments with the rock in the newspaper article. Anyone can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance would just happen to be here. But you can't deny its possibility. But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on the piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and was hurt pretty bad. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto this piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that was the worst of times when lawyers are forced their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, then why don't we get those fragments analysed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock or in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it to. And that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. You see, in short of being back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh, no. There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. Being wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. Shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do. We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The thing that I was ahead of. about the only thing my mother left me was our widget. And this earring? Maybe she did love me in her own way. Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence. She did. You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah! Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Psyche has left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Psyche may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. And this is the defense's sample of the moon rock. That's your sample? This earring that Miss Psyche always wears was made from the original moon rock. What? All this time, it was really here right all along? No. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragments and the earring are found to match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragment in this photo, and since the test results showed that the blood on the fragment was yours, this means the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide. I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but I know even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't have fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago. Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I don't have anybody to support me. I didn't have anyone to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. I couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear. Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Linkus, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Right to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run away from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. People have emotions, it's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when people are at their bleakest. Moral alert! Fine, a dual lawyer game trying to shove morals down my throat. I can't believe them. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me. Is this? No. Ah! Oh, wow. That is so cool. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet, honest. My own true face. I don't have one. This is my face. Is it? Is it? No. It's not it. No. This isn't me either. It's me. Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? What a way to die. Sniper attack in my very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down Sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell. How is Detective... I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. Ah. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that is fortunate for all of us. An analysis of the final piece of evidence Frank Dono submitted is in composition of Miss Psychos's earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and the bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of Courtroom 4 and all of the other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There will be a myriad of things we wish for him to tell us all about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Athena Psychos. Yay. Court is adjourned.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Drucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. That's Archerusi for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the one who's you're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom down all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwheel permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somehow nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, didn't you? Oh, you two never cease to be cute! Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know. It would have been much harder after that evidence forwarding scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think you can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that prosecutor Blackwheel has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Oh, come on, Phoenix. You know him by now. Oh. Instead, the furrows in the brows of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. Look at them, they're flirting! They're flirting again! Guys, they're flirting again! Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena? I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was so frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it. Not a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes. I survived by the skin of my teeth. Thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? Some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It looks like all of us together... It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss! What a team we are! It was definitely the most amazing turnaround I've seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the right anything agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you'd better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free, thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there who are suffering under false charges, who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Write Anything agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? You always end up spending so much money at the end of these things, Phoenix. You should have seen this coming. As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't we just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no, there! I want to say it too! Okay, here we go. Takashi Yamazaki. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly, so I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a legal case? No, that's okay. This is the Write Anything agency after all. Yosei Seto. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study so I can be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and that'll ignite passion. Oh, but I should figure out how to grow green or yellow red peppers. And maybe I should go with the hot summer red pepper. Yukinori, what a nice name. The end of the Dark Age of the Law, you say? Tisk tisk, how naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me? Oh. I've been asked to. Very dead. Oh. Oh, look at them. They're so happy. Fucking who cares about you? You're the Elderman now? Huh. I mean, I guess who else would it go to? Unless they want to have like a community vote. This is good music, I like it. I wanted to be an artist, but after an amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying the bar exam. I gotta prosecute Athena someday. You'll see. I'm studying my buns off too. I'm going to pass the CMS exam in my own merit. And score 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever. Found a really sweet box. You want to become a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? Aww. I'm sure that'll be nice. You can't be in a box forever. Graduation rehearsal, her box became soggy. Look, it's my name. Technically. I'm Aya. Night only reunion concert. President of school council slang. Hi, dude. I was not reading that fast enough, but you know, you're fun and I like you. I gave this place a good cleaning top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I could do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in the office. Where'd Mystic Maya do to come here once she's done with her training? Humanity dreams of outer space will never die. In fact, I'm planning the Hat-3 rocket to begin officially launching. Look upon me, people with the great nation. What are you... Oh, director! Yes, yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete, yes. You just leave it to me. Assistant director. Aww. I'm going to the moon in a new rocket. If Athena and Monometus came to the moon, I'd love to show them. But which is more interesting? Words I can't pronounce. I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than go to the moon. Miss Aura, I wish you would use me again. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to the moon for the real this time. For me and Claire. Next to my lawyers, I know I should. But I'm worried. I can't breathe in space. And in fact, man, I'm getting really nervous. Shinji, what a great name. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and what case brings you here? Oh, your father got accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Well, perhaps he and I shall meet in the courtroom. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me. Blackwell's acquittal was brought in all manner of ills to the prosecutor's office. Solving a case in thought chill of winter and spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. But I will repay him one day, and you can trust in that. By proposing marriage! It better be that. Yay, Bones! Thank you for the animation, Bones. How do I feel is a very good question that no one asked but me. How do I feel? I feel... Well, I do like the games, so I always feel a sense of joy and accomplishment when I finish them. This was a lot of fun, and I did enjoy my time. It's a good story, and I liked the way it was told. But I am, of course, filled with a deep sense of sadness. For I am not allowed to have nice things. And my favourite part was so cruelly ripped away from me. And there's nothing more I can do about it. Oh, what a good game. What a good game. What a good game. Look at them. Look at them. They're all primary colours. Rocket.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Oh, you look good in anime, Fulbright. No, Blackwell. I knew the name, I just said the wrong thing immediately for some reason. Your hair's down and you have long hair? That's... I thought you had short hair this whole time.
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Aww.
Right!
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honestly, as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us up towards a brighter tomorrow. You know, honestly, if I had played these games when I was younger, I think it definitely would have impacted me a lot, and it would have helped, like, shape me into the kind of person that I am. I think I do truly think that I do think that they have like good morals and messages in these games, and I think they could be really impactful to people. It's a good story. I'm devastated, really, but it's a good story. Anyway, we'll be playing this next week. Are we all excited? I am. There's a lot of characters in this game, but I have no idea who they are. So I am thrilled to be learning who they are. Are you as thrilled as I am? I don't think so. Oh, shit. No, I'm fine. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, I like this lady's design, so I'm thrilled to figure out who she is. Anyway. Yay! Dual Destinies is done. And this means that there's only one more game until we get to play Chronicles. Are we all excited? I know I am. One more game with Mr. Phoenix Wright. And then I'll never see him again. My emotions are all out of whack, dude. Oh. Anyway, thank you all for joining me in this wonderful conclusion. I had fun, and I hope that you had fun as well. So we will be doing Spirit of Justice on Monday. Hopefully, as long as everything is fine. I'm pretty sure I'll be here Monday. And it'll be great. It'll be great. So I stream, for anyone who doesn't know, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, at 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time. I upload covers to YouTube, Utao covers, which, if you don't know, it's similar to Hatsune Miku. You're all here watching me play Phoenix, right? I think you know who Hatsune Miku is. I have a voice bank of my own voice, which is free to use and download if you are interested in that sort of thing. I release my VODs on the Wednesday and on the Saturday. I'm sorry, my pain was like, it was gone for a couple hours in the middle, and it's coming back, and I am so distracted by it. So I'm gonna give you someone to hang out with and fucking dip, because I want to lie down. I always hate this bit. I'm gonna pick people. Here you go. Cause
Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna go now. Thank you for everyone for being here. I'm gonna go lie down and think about everything that's happened and mourn the loss of what could have been my the greatest man in all of existence. So thank you all for being here on this day. I'm glad you could all be here with me when I finish the game. So I hope you have a good day or night. I don't know what it is for you. It's 6 o'clock in the evening for me. So bye bye.